what we're going to do is do a quick game review. So where are my messages? What was the username again? OMAC 200. Let's have a look. All right, here we go. So let's make sure the engine is turned off. It's turned off. And we're looking from White's game. Not a fan of this move. Yeah, it puts pressure twice here, but they can always just develop, and your queen is kind of in an awkward spot, stopping your knight from coming out. So I'm not a fan of that move. See, another thing about this move is now the knight's come out, you're kind of forced to push your pawn forward, and you miss out on developing your other pieces. So I think the queen move is not a good one. Okay, that's good. So he's pushed forward, so now he's got one less defender because the pawn was blocking the knight. Good. You don't need to move your bishop, but you move your bishop. So this runs into rook here, and once your queen moves, they win the bishop for free. They miss it. That's a queen for a rook. DH Germany, welcome, hello, hello. Started a little bit earlier today, so let me know how that works. And also let me know, is the music too loud, is the mic too low? So instead of, yeah, so you've got this problem here as well. So a lot of problems of bringing your queen out way too early, and you know, you gotta ask, what's your queen doing over here when you haven't even castled? Okay, so let's do a quick point count. You've got 13 in minor and major pieces. He's got 9, 15. So pawns are equal. So yeah, I would much prefer to be black here. So yeah, you're in a lot of trouble now. It's move 21. This goes for 55 moves, so I'm not sure what you can do here. I guess you've got plans of that kind of stuff going on if he doesn't defend the knight. But so up and across is fine, but I think something like that might be good too. So, discovered attack, gain a tempo. Now's not the time to be going for free pawns. Good. He should just simply move the king across. Can you win the pawn back straight away? Good. Now he'll come in here. No? Okay. This could have been an idea. Can it be stopped? Yeah, it can, but I think this would have been a good idea. Can it be stopped actually? Knight here. Yes, it can. So knight here, queen comes down. Check. But it's an idea to have. So what did you do? Maybe preparing that idea. Try now. Very good. Okay. And now you are... Look, you're probably winning here, but it's not easy. It is not easy. Now, do we have any tactics here? Not yet. Tactic. Queen is defending. I don't like leaving your king as a defender of the rook. Pawn takes. Yeah. I wouldn't be giving away material like that. See what I mean by I didn't like your king being the defender of the rook, because the moment he gets to kick it away is the moment he can take it. Now he shouldn't have pushed here, he should have just taken. Yeah, and that's game over. Okay, so let's have a look. So where could you have taken his queen? Boom, right there. That's all right. We all miss those. How long did you spend on that move? 3 seconds. Yeah. So you've always got to review all of your options, checks, captures, and blocks. What am I saying? Moves, captures, and blocks. So your king can move out of the way, you can capture the piece, or you can block the check. You've got to check all three. And a lot of people, when they're starting out, will simply go for the I have to move. And they'll miss this one. I missed it too as I was going through your game. I was so focused on this idea. And I think you were too, because you set it up the move before. Now, you should be winning here, but this is not easy. I wouldn't say you're winning. So let's have a quick look at the review. 3 seconds with 5 minutes left. Good time management. Let's have a look at the review. And let's go right up here. This is probably where your queen, yeah, this is where you could have taken the queen. But apart from that, you were pretty much losing from the beginning. So I would go all the way back to here. This is just losing. So this move here would have been much better. And that's what I was going to look at here. I was going to look at different options for moves that you could have done. Because yeah, you are losing at least a pawn and probably a bishop as well. Even here would have been much better, but I think here, that's just giving up a queen. We don't want to do that. So I think in this game, this move here was a bit of a problem. Yeah. So this move here, bringing out your queen before your knight and your bishop, and castling is generally not a good idea. I think you need to work on the development first. So I thought that was an alright move. And now here, I don't like this move. So you're playing too aggressively in the beginning. Notice how he's got his king in a good spot. Your king's in the center of the board. Your knight isn't developed. His knight is. You probably wouldn't even want to castle queenside here if given the chance, because the rook is coming down, the queen can come down, the other rook can come over, the bishop can get over here and attack that way. So you really need to go kingside here, and you just can't. So early queen moves, get rid of them. Yeah, I've noticed that with newer players, they tend to go very aggressive. Like, do we need to do this move? It's not a bad move, it's a good move, but do we need to do it? Do we need to give a check? Because they can just block, or they can block, and you're allowing them to develop. Yeah, and this move here, like even this move here, without looking at this one here, straight away I see this move here. It's kind of devastating, and you have to move away, and then they just win a free piece. Oh, that's a good reply. But they still win a free piece. So yeah, I'd definitely work on that. Just the general principle, knights before bishops. So bring out one knight, bring out another knight, bring out some bishops. Get castled early. And then let's just do a move. Then connect your rooks, and you'll have a good game. Something like that move. We'll do this move. Something like that move either. But you get the idea. You got to connect those rooks. You got to get the king castled, and you got to get. Notice how the queen is one of the last ones to move out. So that's something that you just need to work on, and you'll get there. But yeah, time management. See if there's anything else in here. I mean, you played some good moves in there, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. Lucas, I'm not doing games today. I'm just doing a review at the moment, and then I'm getting into puzzles. So yeah, obviously the big blunder here. But, you know, you had these ideas, which got you back to a winning game. So this is winning. Don't get me wrong, this is winning. But it's also not that easy because the queen is so flexible. She's going to be able to do a lot of stuff. You know, it could just come down to a basic mistake, something as simple as that. Something as simple as that. And you're losing a rook. Oh, well, maybe not, but you get the idea. You get the idea. Converting 2 rooks and a knight versus a queen. Okay. So what would I do here? What would I do here? I would aim to get these 2 rooks connected. Oh, hey Raymond. Ray, how you going? Good to see you again. Have you still been playing? Yeah, so I would try and connect these 2 rooks because these 2 rooks together are just going to be amazing. But if they're divided, that's where they can kind of get caught out. Now he is going to try and push these pawns. So yeah, I'd be trying to connect these 2 rooks and then try and use the knight to pick off pieces and pawns. So that doesn't connect the rooks. Knight going to the edge of the board doesn't seem like the right way. You could even go around. That's a mistake. And what's our move here? What's our move here to punish a mistake? I don't know, I'd probably just bring my king back, to be honest. Well, that's always a positive. Making sure that rating doesn't get worse is always a good thing. Yeah, I would have gone here. Okay, so why was this a miss? That's a crazy tactic. He takes. That's a good tactic. All right. Yeah. Now it's just a case of looking for those pins and discovered checks. And yeah, this move here, I said, this is pretty much going to, this rook is lost because your king is not a good defender of the piece. All he has to do now is find a way to make your king move away from the defense, and he'll win that rook. So, even now, I would say connecting the rooks would be a much better plan than what did you do? You pushed. So you pushed, and it breaks off the way for the rooks to connect. So if we go back, even here, there's a blunder. Oh, my bad, my bad. How about here? Even this I like, but yeah, just got to find a way to connect those rooks. That's a free piece. So that's another thing that you did a lot in this game. You gave away your queen for a rook, and you gave away your knight for a pawn. So definitely got to work on those trade values. Ray, you've got the You've got the Chessnut Go, yeah? Have you been using it much? Alright, let's turn the board on. Yeah, that's alright. Like, how were you doing for time at the end? 0.7. Like, I mean, 2.5 minutes to push the pawn. I mean, that's alright. Like, yeah, absolutely. Caleb, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so let's just connect up the board. So I've just turned the board on. Oops. And let's get the board going. Hopefully I gave it enough time for the pieces to turn on. Let's get the board set up. Sorry, had to do that. Had to spin it around and show the board setting up all nice and cool. Okay, let's get into some Puzzle Rush. And thank you for the likes on TikTok. Yeah, I was actually in New York a couple of months ago. It was a very last minute trip. I should have sent you a message to come and pop by, because I actually had one of these boards at a event. What am I doing? I don't need to do over the board puzzles for a level 1 puzzle rush. Let's get through to move 20, and then we'll use the board. We'll see if the board can keep up with me. I've actually got another trip coming up soon, hopefully. So if you're watching and you're interested in that, I will be posting a lot of that on YouTube and TikTok, live streams, all that good stuff. So make sure you hit follow.
I think I saw your YouTube video on it. Yeah, there's a bunch of good chess spots in the city, park nearby me where locals play a bunch as well.
So some of the spots that I went to in New York when I was there, I went to one of the clubs. I went to, not the Marshall Club, that was closed that day. I went to the Chess Forum, and I went to the Chess Forum. I went to Washington Square Park, and I tried to go to the other park. I think it was Union Square, but no one was playing. Oh, there was one guy playing there, but he was playing for money, and I don't really play for money, so yeah. But I had a lot of fun. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I think I may have sent you a message on Discord, but yeah, okay. I don't know if I have your email. I probably have your email. If we've emailed each other, then I've got your email, but yeah, I don't remember what it is, but I'll find it. What is this one? If I go here, he goes here, and I go here, okay. Alright, this one's getting a little bit more difficult, so now I'm going to solve them over the board. Have I ever been to Germany? No, I haven't been to Germany. I wouldn't mind going to Germany. Where would I like to go in Europe? Germany would definitely be one place that I'd like to see. But yeah, I'm not, even though I like going to New York, I'm not huge on highly populated touristy areas. So, you know. Ah, cool. Thanks, Ray. You got it. So yeah, I mean, I'm not huge on highly populated touristy areas, but I do like exploring. So that's pretty much where I would like to go. All right, let's have a look at this one. So I'm not seeing this one. I'm not seeing this one. All right. If I'm not seeing it, let's break it down. Let's break it down. What checks do I have? I've got no checks. Captures do I have? I've got this one. They take. I'm not seeing it yet. And I've also got this one, and then they take here. So I'm not seeing it yet. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. I live just outside of the city, more in a beach town, although I don't go to the beach, but I live there. And I work sort of away from people, which is cool too. So no good checks, no good captures. What type of threats do I have? Oh, I do have this capture as well. I got this capture. I'm not seeing this. Okay, that took me a little bit longer than, well, maybe. I'm thinking here, and then they go here, and then I go here. Still not great. What about here, takes, and then here? Right now I think this is the best move I have, and it's not even that good of a move because they can go here. This is a tough one. Oh, very nice. Take the bishop with the knight. Take the bishop with a knight. I didn't even see that capture. I was looking at all these other captures. Bishop with a knight. How simple. And then we take. Very good. Very good. I'm still waiting for the coffee to kick in, I swear. Alright. This next one is just nice and easy again. No need to let that one set up on the board. And then we've got this one here. I want to jump here. But that doesn't work. Okay, looking at the board actually helped. Check. Knight's blocking those paths over there. If he goes here, so if he goes here, I guess just take with the knight and be happy. Yes, because we go here, he pushes, we take, and if he takes, we come back with a discovered check, and then we win the queen. So the knight is defended.
I noticed when you spin the board the pieces didn't even slide a single bit and the pieces kept moving in the right direction, that which was actually pretty cool, lol.
Yeah, they're they're pretty good at staying in the spot, so they do have a little bit of a wobble when we do it, and there have been times where I spun the board during the puzzle setting up and one of the pieces kind of gone off the board, and when it does that, it actually stops the setup process because the board wonders where the piece went. But no, other than that, like getting this device to spin it was like the best decision I could have made. Trapped rook. So pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn. The rook is under attack. These are the only squares he can go to, and they're all covered. But yeah, I had a lot of fun in New York. I just recently went down to another state to do a event. Even though it's my own country, it was still fun to go to and sort of meet people. So, hoping to do a lot more of those in the future. Unlike New York, though, this event wasn't exactly a amazing location. So it was just a case of it was just a bit of fun, but there wasn't really much to film. This one here, Queen is under attack, so the discovered check doesn't work, but the double check does. Then when the king moves, we might have something. Yeah, you're allowed to send suggestions. That's fine. You just have to try and get them in there before I solve. If I find it's like a really tricky one, then I'll was it, mate? If I find a really tricky one, I might take a little bit of time to try and figure it out. So I may not read your suggestions straight away, but you're more than welcome to send them through. It is actually, mate. I didn't even realize. I was just looking at it being a good move. Back to move. What's your rating, Benny? Oh, I'm looking at black to move. It's white to move. It's white to move. That makes it a little bit easier. Nice, nice. Do I have any future OTB goals? Yes, I do. One of them is very ambitious. I want to get to 2,000. The second goal that I want to get is I want to score at least 5 out of 9 in a zonal tournament. I'm currently at 1,700, but I'm very inactive. But I also need to build my skill up because I'm nowhere near a 2,000 strength. For the OTB, for the zonal, I actually played in a zonal a few years ago and I scored 4.5 out of 9. Or 4 out of 9. Either way, I was half a point off getting my Candidate Master soft title. And so there's 2 requirements. I need the Candidate Master, I need the zonal score to be high enough. And I need the rating to be 2,000 to get Candidate Master. So those are my goals. Yeah, this one here is not sacrifice the queen, but trade the queen and set up a fork. Yeah, it's a great board for training puzzles. I'm just being nitpicky. Sacrifice is fine. I think this one's just a series of trades. Check, take, take. And then you've got two pieces under attack at the same time. How much is this board? There are 2 boards. I'll put my website up here if you want to check it out. And you can just go to that website, click on the move, and it's got wooden and plastic pieces. The wooden pieces are a little bit more expensive, I think around $650. And I think the plastic pieces are around 600 or 580, somewhere around there. White to move. Okay. So queen takes, let's say bishop takes or queen takes, doesn't really matter. And then knight here for check, covers this square, the king has to go over here, and then the rook comes up for checkmate. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so this one here, yeah, you're going to take the rook, but you just got to do it in the right order. If you take it too early, you're running into back rank. So first we've got knight to f5, king moves up, then you take the rook, then they take, and then you capture the queen. Tim, welcome. Guys, if you are new here, feel free to hit follow. I do stream at this time most days of the week, a little bit longer on weekends as well. And I also do videos on YouTube, and I have a lot coming up over the next month or two, which I think is going to be pretty exciting. Just waiting to finalize the details before talking about what it is, but yeah, it's going to be good. Alright, this one's wide to move. I haven't got it yet. I feel like it's something like takes, and then you've got the open diagonal here for a check. But the problem is, if the bishop takes, the queen can come back. So I haven't quite got this one yet. Yeah, this one's a little bit tougher. I want to say the first move is pawn takes e5. But I just don't see what follows. So pawn takes e5, queen takes e5. Ah, okay, there it is. Pawn takes e5, queen takes e5, and then push. I'm not sure what that says. Something about f4. But yeah, that was a bit of a tough one. But it's just turned out to be a fork into a fork. Again, if you've been here before, you would know that I tend to focus on the wrong ideas. And that's what I was doing there. I was focusing over here, and I didn't look at what was going on right over here. So yeah, that's one of my biggest weaknesses. Can we not just take that for free? So the answer is, it's got to be one of these two. If we take here, whoops, if we take with a knight, he moves across, and we have to move the queen. But if we take with the queen, and he captures, then we get a fork. If we take with the queen, and he goes here, then we can just capture him, we're still up a piece. So, yeah, definitely got to use the queen, I think. Okay. Is this a ladder mate? Check. Check. He can't take with the knight, so he has to take with the king. And then check. And then he has to block. The knight can't go back because the king's hit. And then check. I think getting a position where you're just like handed the puzzle can sometimes be a little bit harder to solve rather than playing a game and you're actively looking at the position over and over, looking for ideas that come up. And then when they do come up, you solve them a lot easier. White to move. I do struggle with endgames, so I'm going to try and figure this one out before having a look at the chat. But it is white to move, yeah. So my initial idea is support this pawn, and if he pushes, we push. And then if he takes, we push. But I feel like that's not it, because you go here and he goes back, and then you push, goes here, and then you go here. Okay. So if we go here, what can he do? We don't want to push until rook to e2. Rook to e2. Okay. Rook to e2. Let's have a look. Rook to e2. If he goes here, push, and the pawn actually stops him. Rook to e2. What if king here? Push. There you go. Yeah. Endgames are not my strong point.
Is there anything you would change about the chestnut move if given the chance?
Probably the way the pieces charge. They do charge on a little base. Thank you for the follow. They do charge on a little base, and they've got like little plugs that you got to plug in. It's alright. Does the job. I love some wireless charging, but other than that, no. Like I'm pretty happy with it. Did the board set up? Everything all good? It's white to move. Okay, yep. So rook c7, and if he goes here, we can take, and if he goes here, the king is able to run away. I actually thought I blundered a little bit there, because now we've got to go here. So I thought I blundered, because then they got here, but we've actually got here as well, and we win the bishop. So that was a little bit sloppy on my my calculation. Not seeing it the whole way through, but it still worked. What else would I change? I might change the design of the bishop. I think the bishop looks good, but it's a little bit different to what I'm used to. And the rooks. Alright, this one's black to move. Thank you for the follow. This one here, there's a lot going on. I don't want to focus too much on checkmate, but rather queen takes, king goes across, and then rook takes is what I'm looking at here, because we've got so much going on. Check goes across, check goes up. That doesn't do anything. Smothered mate. Is it smothered mate? Is there a smothered mate? There is. There is a smothered mate. Look at that. So yeah, that was going to be my first move, but that was going to be my second move. Queen takes pawn, attacks king. Rook takes smothered mate. Yeah. The only smothered mate pattern that I'm used to is the one with the knight jumping around. Checkmate in 3. 1, 2, 3. Not even gonna wait for that one to set up.
The board is unnecessarily cool, bro.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I've actually done a lot of videos on this board and different ways to use it. I can't get it. One of the ways I do it is through taking photos on a book and then setting them up on the board. So I'm gonna do a bit of streaming for a couple of hours, and then I'm actually going to do some training with an advanced book, and I'm going to use the photo feature in there to take photos that set up the position on the board. So yeah, a little bit of an overkill, but it's still good. This is just checkmate in 1. So, photo feature. I can get out a puzzle book, like one of these, and then I can take a photo of the puzzle and it will set up on the board. Black to move. Okay, this one here, just get it around. So check, if he goes down, checkmate, and check, if he goes up, check, and if he goes up, checkmate, and if I go down and he goes up, and I go check and he goes here, take, and I'm sure we find checkmate in the next couple of moves. Yo, welcome. I don't know what that means. Australia. All right, wide to move, wide to move. 2169 bullet, you're unstoppable. Okay, I'm not seeing too much here. Just a free, is it a free bishop? Yeah, it is. Queen takes pawn, queen takes queen, bishop takes, king moves, take the bishop. What's wrong with that? Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything wrong with that. Ah, thank you. Not much. Nah, no bishop to f5 in that one. That's all good. Alright, white to move. I'm not seeing this one. So my ideas here is that could be an undefended piece if this knight could go away, but I can't see any way to get rid of that knight. The other idea I see is that we've got this diagonal here, but I don't see any way to use it. And that gets rid of the knight, but it's just a fair trade, that doesn't help. We've got a fork here as well, but I don't see any way to use that. And then I see this fork here, and now I see that we may have something. Yep, there it is. Okay, so fork goes back, take. If queen takes, knight takes, and then we have a pin. And if knight takes, then we just have a pin straight away. Sack the bishop on h6. Pawn takes, queen to g3. If king f8, then bishop to b. Yeah, I think this just winning a piece is pretty good. I also like to make things a little bit too complicated. the next one's going to be white to move as well. I'm just going to grab a drink. Alright. Okay. This one feels pretty straightforward. Check. Check. He goes here to defend the rook. Check. And then checkmate. I don't see any downside here. And then we realize that that's a little bit too complicated. And it's just simply checkmate. Yeah, so again, overcomplicating things. Just a simple checkmate. Got to remember, after queen up here, we've got to go back here because the bishop covers there. Black to move. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for the follow. I want to say it's queen to e1. I want to say it's queen to e1. Queen to e1. And then take. They don't have any checks, so if they try to do here, that's fine. Check, and then he goes here, and then check, and then he goes here. I'm just not seeing the full, Oh, okay. Check. And then bishop takes f2. Threatening checkmate. That's much better. That makes sense. See, the bishop f2 idea didn't even work. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at queen g1 and then h1. So check, and he comes down, and then check. Then he goes here. I guess that's just... Is that winning? That pawn's kind of... It's probably not fast enough. I thought it might have been bishop as I moved it. Right as I moved it, I thought it could have actually been bishop there. Yeah, if bishop blocks, then you've got bishop back here, and that's fine. Oh, it's a tough one. Bishop takes queen, bishop takes queen, and then bishop here for the fork. If he moves the bishop away, that's fine. We can take here. If he moves the rook, we can take here. And if he moves the queen, we can take here. I think. Yeah, sure. Post the fen. Okay, black to move, yep. Okay, I think this one's a bit difficult. It's my first idea, and it's simply so that I can move without being in check. Now if he takes here and I take here, we got 2 pawns there. I'm not sure if I can stop both of them. I think that one would have had me thinking for a long time in an actual game.
Horrible at endgames. Especially with just pawns and a king.
Yeah, me too, me too. They can be so tricky, like with so few pieces on the board. But I think the hardest part about endgames is half the time the logical move turns out to be the completely wrong move. And that's where I get stung a lot, playing the wrong move, because it seems like the logical one. Okay, this one looks like a free knight. So you take with the knight, he takes with the pawn, and then you take with the queen, and then he pushes, and then you go here. That's what I've got so far. I don't have the full... Yeah, that looks good. We'll just do this one nice and quick. Check. 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 We can have a look. I can't seem to copy it. There we go, copy text.
Love it.
Yeah, I was focusing too much on like ideas like this, but I think you're right. I think just bring another piece into the attack. If we bring it in and they move it, then we do have the checkmate. That's good. All right, next one's going to be white to move. All right. White to move, white to move. So I'm looking at yeah, it's a free knight. So take, 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 and then check. At the end of this, you've got a bishop and a knight versus a rook and two queens on the board, but I'm not convinced. Knight f5. Let's have a look. Knight f5. They just take. Then we take. And they take. And we take. And they take. And then we take. We're actually up. No, we're not. But it's the same. James Clement, T1 Joseph, welcome. JQ KOSXK, welcome. Knight G4, he can take and you take and he check. These are puzzles. Go for knight takes g4. I think everyone wants knight takes g4. Yeah, I think knight takes g4 is... Knight g4, rook takes rook, rook takes rook, queen takes rook. And then check with the pawn. Okay. We actually have this now too. Queen c8. I'm not feeling queen c8. What's my puzzle rush record is 63. Queen c8, I'm not feeling it. Because then they go there, they're attacking the queen, so we have to take. But then they've got checks. And it just doesn't feel good. What I'm looking at is knight here. Because yeah, queen c8, there's going to be a material imbalance, but it's not going to be winning. The rook and the queen can be quite powerful. Knight to f6 on the other hand. It still guarantees winning the bishop at minimum, because then we have a discovered check, then we can take the bishop. We've also got this move here. Knight to f5 also, or f6 also runs into simply capturing as well. Take, and then take. So I'm actually not, I'm not digging knight to f6 anymore. We had to get rid of that pawn and then take the bishop. Take away the mate potential by forking the king and the bishop. Yes, 100%. Because the bishop was here and the queen was here. She could have come over here. And the king was here, so that could have been bad. Okay. Knight F7 pawn promotion. Yeah, that's what I got. So check, move across, push. If they go here, we push, and then they go there, and then push. Is there any way that they can stop it? No, they can't because I got to deal with the check first. Yeah. I didn't even look at that reply. I just assumed it was going this way. I guess we can take the pawn first. No, we can still push because the knight is protecting. And then he takes the bishop, and then we... Okay. I don't think it's taking the pawn. I think it is push here, and the reason I don't think it's taking the pawn is because then he can go there. So push here to defend the bishop. We push, we go up. If he goes here, no problem, we win. If we push and he goes here and we go up, and he goes here and we go up, he gets the queen, we get the queen, he gets out here, and then the queen comes over here, and then he goes here, and then we figure it out from there. Yeah, taking the pawn feels right, except he's got this check, and you don't want to give him anything. So if we go up, he gets a check. So I feel like it's not taking the pawn. This next one's white to move. My max elo is chess.com is rapid. Currently only around 1730. I had 9 losses the other day, dropping like 70 points. But I am taking a break from playing for a few days because I had a really bad streak, and unfortunately during that streak I actually had a winning game and my mouse slipped. So my losing streak should have only been about 5, but then I lost, and then it was just tilt from there. So take a break, come back later. Knight to b5. I don't see anything wrong with knight to b5. But maybe I should keep looking, because I don't think that has anything, because they can always block. Well, I was using my phone, but I was using a stylus on my phone, and as I was dragging it across the screen, it slipped off and dropped the queen down. So if I go there, he blocks. But if I go here, the queen is defending this pawn, the queen has to move, and then we get check. Then the king has to move, and then we take the rook. When he blocks you, take the queen with check. What do you mean? The mouse slip on the mobile app. Yeah, I'm still leaning towards this move here. If I go here and he, then no, I'm still seeing this move here as being the move. Whoa. I didn't expect them to walk into another fork. I expected them to go this way. That's why we always stop and look at the puzzle after every move. And then we still go here. Because the bishop was defending.
That's the issue I have. I know I'm tilted, yet I'll keep playing and it gets uglier as I go when I should just put my phone down.
100%. It's probably one of the best skills you can have in the game, is knowing when to put the pieces away. Because I've known people who have played so much and gone so far into tilt that they delete their account. And that's not helpful. Yeah, so this one's, for a level 49, this one seems pretty easy. Check, fork, move, take, rook takes, and then knight takes, and you win a full rook. I'm happy with that. Did I say king to e8? Yeah, sometimes it can be you just look too far into it. Somebody said bishop takes knight. I'm looking at rook to c8. So bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop, and then rook to c8 check. Queen comes back and then rook takes. It's good. Queen takes knight, check. Queen takes queen, and then rook to c8 check. And then queen has to go back, and then rook takes queen, checkmate. Let's see if anyone got that. So bishop takes knight, then rook c8. Oh, okay, yeah, I was just drawing a random arrow for him to move. I wasn't really looking at where he was going to move. Sack the queen, yep. So this is what I got. Queen takes, rook up, back rank style check, queen goes back, and then rook takes, bishop supports. Looks good to me. Oh, we're at 51 now. Thank you all for joining in, by the way. Feel free to hit follow if you haven't already done so. I will be streaming at this time most days of the week. Most days. And I do have a lot of interesting stuff coming up over the next few months. Just waiting for all that to get finalized before I announce it. But yeah, I'll be doing a lot of content on YouTube and TikTok. Yeah, queen to h3. Queen h3, king goes there, queen here, king comes back, knight goes here, that's a checkmate. Queen to h3, king goes there, knight goes there. Are there two answers here? This is the Chessnut move. I'll pop the website up there if you want to have a look. I've done reviews on this and all the other boards that you can see on screen now. And I also have links to get it with a discount code if you want. I've done tutorials as well on how to use them better. But there are two answers here, so I've got to check which one is right. So this one here, check. And if he goes back, that's check, and then checkmate. So that's fine. Check, and if he blocks, check, and then checkmate. Oops. So that's fine. And then we've got here check, and if he goes here, okay, this is not fine because check, and then we don't have checkmate. So it's actually this one. So check, check, checkmate, check. And then it could either be this way, check. No, it has to be this way. It's got to force him to go up there. Because if we go here, check, we don't have checkmate. Okay, cool. So yeah. Look, this one's quite easy, but it's also a very good exercise because it gets you training all of them. Because we could have easily jumped for queen to h3, but then you realize it's not actually checkmate. So it's good to work out all of the moves and find the right move order. Yeah, that was a I hope you guys all tried that. That was a very good one for improving. Yeah, the queen has to go to f3 and the knight to h3. Guys, feel free to follow me on YouTube as well. I'm almost at 1900 subscribers. So yeah, I don't know what to say. Follow me over there as well. I do stream on both YouTube and TikTok, as well as Twitch. Let's see, let's have a look. Not much going on Twitch. All right, let's have a look at this one. So this one's wide to move. Okay, so initially this popped out to me. Just a rook, welcome. Elo 1700 FIDE. This shouts out to me straight away. Obviously doesn't work, but then I had a look at this over here because undefended piece. And how does he deal with that? He can take, but then I take anyway. Check, move, and then take. So that's winning. Check, attack the undefended piece. I can't see a way that he defends it. And then yeah, even if he brings the queen up, the knight comes in. Anyone see the problem? Yeah, there we go. We should have spotted this before making the move. The problem is the knight can capture and it defends the queen. Okay, so I don't think the knight move is it, but we can still put pressure on the pinned piece. You can check and win a knight. So if we go bishop here and the pawn takes, we take the rook. Bishop here. Yeah, so the problem is with the knight here is they can take, we check, and then the knight comes back. But bishop here looks good. It's a common tactic in the opening. Yeah, bishop b5 is it. Black to move. Hey, thank you for the follow. Trying to hit 500 followers on TikTok. We're getting there. So we've got a discovered double check, but there are two options. So I'm going to explore this option first. Now if the king goes here, it's checkmate, so that's good. And if the king goes here or here, it's checkmate. And if he goes here, it's checkmate. And he can't go here. So is that it? He can't go there. He can't go there or there. That leads to checkmate, 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 and checkmate. He doesn't take on e4, he can't, because we take the pawn, the knight is putting him in check, but the queen is also putting him in check. So he can't capture the pawn because he has to get out of check. So if you've got what is called a double check, the only way they can get out of double check, unless the piece is right next to the king, the only way they can get out of a double check is by moving their king. They can't block and they can't capture. After king e3, so check, and then check. He still can't capture the knight because he's in check. Oh, I miscalculated. I I miscalculated. That's a problem. It's alright. I feel like I've seen this puzzle before. Check. 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 So that was another sloppy attempt right there, because for some reason I didn't see that the king could take the knight. Black to move. Okay, rook g4, check, double check. So the king has to go one of two ways. So another double check puzzle. So king g4, king goes up, and that's checkmate. And king g4 goes down, and that's checkmate.
chess puzzles way harder.
You know, I think you're right. The chess puzzles definitely feel like they're a little bit more realistic. Another miscalculation. I'm just miscalculating the whole game. I can't go knight here. That's alright. That's alright. I can go check. Check. And if he comes back up, I can go down for check. What have I done here? What have I done? Yeah, I think the king gets away with g6. I think even here they sort of get away. But even up, well, that doesn't get away. So that's checkmate. But here, I think they're safe there. Okay. Rook here, check. Moves across and then check. This is covered. This is covered. That's covered. Covered, covered, covered. Covered, covered, covered. That looks good. E6 was covered by the pawn. There was a pawn here and two pawns here. E6 was covered. Alright, black to move. And straight away I'm looking at something there. Something's got to be there. So, threaten checkmate. How does he deal with that? He goes here. So rook a2, he goes here, queen here, and he's made himself an escape square. So don't want to give him that square. Here, here, and then here, but then he has that, and then, oh, but then that, okay. Yeah, that looks good. And now, check, blocks, take, and then rook comes across. Looks like it might be take knight, free knight. Am I overthinking it? Take knight. Rook goes there. Rook comes back, it's still checkmate. So check, block, take, and that's a checkmate coming up. Here, Queen a4. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Queen a4. Yeah, it goes back up and then queen takes. So it is check, take, there. Whoops. There. Queen a4. Take. Ah. Okay, I think taking the knight is just better, because takes, queen a4, takes, and we're at a queen and a rook. My original way was check, block, take, rook here, queen a4, and then we just lose a rook. So we're just a queen versus two rooks. Whereas just taking the knight and then queen here, we just take. What if we go a1 first? I think that's just a bit too slow. Not worried about queen to c4. Yeah, I think rook takes knight is the way to go. It still threatens checkmate on the next move anyway. Paragon, welcome. Keep it simple.
Simple the best.
Yeah, guys, if you are new here, make sure to hit follow. I am streaming every day, or most days, and I do have a lot of exciting content planned. over the next few months. All right, this one is white to move. Yeah, exactly. End games. I feel like it's a g4 in opposition, so I feel like turn, well, that's a draw. And g4. Ninja, thank you for the follow. Scrumptious, thank you for the follow. So if I push here, and I've got the pawn guarding that square, why did he go here? I planned everything out this way. I think I still just go here. Knew it. Was that something to do with opposition? Was I meant to stay in opposition? What is Chessfish.io? Takes pawn. bishop here. Mate in 2. Rook to h3, king to g1. Rook to g2, king to h1. Queen to h3. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen, king to g1. Yeah, but h3 and then king there. Take queen, yeah. I'm looking for the mate. I'm looking for the mate. Okay, black to move. Okay, it's got to be one of these two moves. Okay, so if knight here, and he goes down, we've got check, and then checkmate. If knight here, so he can't go here, he can't go here, and he can't go here, so knight here, he goes over here. It's the only move right now. So here, you can only go here or here. So if he goes across here, then we've got check, then he comes down, and then we've got the knight coming back for check, and then he comes down. My calculation is way off here. I'm looking at these two and I'm not finding it. So A5. A5 is so much easier. He takes, the rook can come in. Then he goes back and we got that. A5, he goes here, and then we got that, and then, yeah, okay. But A5 has the knight move. A5, knight takes, and then queen here. I thought that sound was making the sound of something was wrong. That was a tough one. White to move. Okay, so free bishop, under attack, block, no longer free bishop. Over here, take the pawn, get the fork, king moves, free bishop. Yeah. That one was pretty easy for level 58. Yeah, nice, nice. E-boards are the way to go, I reckon. What's this? Black to move. King c3 comes to mind. King c3 to threaten that, and then that, and then that. King c3. He goes here. We get to push. He goes back. We get to go there. Then we get to go there. Knight comes up. I'm not seeing a problem with c3. Now I am seeing a problem with the B push, because push here, check here, and then the knight comes in here. I see that as being a huge problem. Instead I'm looking at this right away. And then going up here. Oh, but then he takes there. Zugzwang. And then the knight moves somewhere, check, and then he goes up and he doesn't have his check. A2. Goes here, and then push. He goes here, and then here. And he doesn't have a good check. So A2, if he goes here, push, he goes here, push, and he doesn't have a good check. I think it's A2. Zugzwang. Let's go. That feels good. My puzzles have definitely improved since starting to do this often. Yes I do. Always watching. Looking pretty good. 95. Then what did he say? Queen e6. And yeah, I really like bishop h5. And then the knight can come in too. Let's try it. Let's try it. It looked interesting. It definitely looked interesting. Have they just given an easy one now? There's a pin. There's a fork. They move. We take. They take. We take. We've got one. It's kind of lost. Is this just an easy one? Knight takes d6. Knight takes d6. Has to go here. Then he has to go somewhere. Thank you for the follow. Bishop g5. Bishop g5. Bishop g5 takes the queen. Oh, after knight d6. Yeah, I was going to say, I was looking at bishop g5 going, what's going on there? Yeah, knight d6. Knight d6 definitely looks interesting. So knight d6, king moves across, bishop g5, queen takes, and then knight there. Hello Denmark, welcome. Definitely a tactic I'd miss in a game. Definitely. I think a lot of people would be very tempted just to go for the quick fork on the rook. Black to move. I think a lot of people would miss that one. The first move that comes to mind is h4. Second move, bishop h4. Okay, so h4 doesn't look like it does much. Bishop h4, king to f3. Queen to f1, something blocks. Also got pawn takes bishop as well. Pawn takes bishop first. So, pawn takes bishop, and we're actually threatening, oh, it's not checkmate because the king can go down. And then we've got here, goes across, pawn takes, comes back. No, because the bishop, okay, so... Queen h4 instead of bishop h4. Ooh. I am am liking that a bit better. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So, pawn takes, king takes, queen here, king up, bishop here. Ooh. Okay, why does that not work? Let's have a look. So he doesn't have to take the bishop. It doesn't have to take the pawn. So, check. He has to go up, and then check, and then he has to go over here somewhere, and then discovered, check. But yeah, he doesn't have to take. Thanks, mate. Thanks for the follow. See you next time. It's a tough one. He's up 2 pieces right now. Yes, this is the moving chessboard. It's not moving right now because I'm kind of stuck on this puzzle. But yeah, I make the moves and then it will make the opponent's moves for me. If you want to check it out, my website's just popped up. You can click on the move and it will take you to a video review I've done on it. I've also done tutorials on it as well. So feel free to check that site out, guys. And don't forget to follow me on all the platforms, TikTok, YouTube. I'm not liking pawn to h4. Not liking pawn to h4. Christine, what have you got? doesn't take the pawn, do we have mate? I don't think so. So I am kind of liking this one. Check goes here. Check. Check. And it goes here. And there really isn't much else to it, so I'm ruling it out for now. Bishop here, goes across here. Pawn takes. Queen takes. Bishop takes. I don't think that's a win. It's just equal. If you take the bishop with the pawn and the king doesn't take, then queen h4 would be mate no, because then the king could take later. But the queen would be mate. But what if he just goes king to f2? Then we've got bishop here. But then he goes here. He can't go there, so he has to go here. And then we've got queen here. And he goes here. But I'm just not seeing anything good coming from that. Queen h4 wins the white squared bishop. But we're still down a piece.
Good music.
Greatest music. Nice and chill. My rating, 1700 FIDE. Guys, while we're trying to figure this one out, if you are new here, feel free to hit follow. Trying to get to 500 on the follower goal. And I do stream most days around this time. don't know. I don't know if it is. It feels very challenging for me. I haven't got it. Bishop h4, king to f3, pawn takes g4 check, and then bishop to e1. Oh, because then you've got queen here. And you're also threatening these. I thought you said it was easy. That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. So check, move, take. Let's say he takes back. So we can win back the bishop. We're still down a piece. So Nathaniel, what were you saying? What about queen f1? So check, goes across, take. And we've got one bishop versus a bishop and a knight. Check, goes across, take, take. Check, goes across, take, attack, always got to look out for this check as well. Real game, I'm just taking the bishop. So bishop h4, king goes across, queen to f1, check. Huh. Take, take, push. Joshua, yes I do. Yes I do. Did I miss some of them? I did. It's bishop h4, queen f1, h takes g4, then bishop takes f2. So bishop h4 comes across, queen f1, and then they block, and then you take. Oh. Across, over, block, take, but they don't have to capture back, they can go here. And then what, take, and you're down a bishop. Doesn't look right. Double check it. Bishop h4, across, block, take, king across. And they got two defenders on the bishop. Okay. Then. Oh, okay. Up, across, block, take, king across, bishop g5 hits there. It also pins the king and the queen too. But what if they block? With the queen we can take it, so that's fine. So they have to block. And then we take. And if they go across, bishop here.
Now I'm getting hungry.
No food until we complete the puzzle rush. Oop.
Now I'm getting hungry.
Oops. Try to clear that off. There we go. All right. Check. Move across. Check. Block. Take. Move across. We've got this. At least. Something. Check. Move across. Check. Has to block. Take. And if he captures back, what do we do next? Check. And check. What are we doing? Oh, that's meant to be H4. H4, there we go. What are we doing? What are we doing? Chucking your votes. Type yes or no. Yes for number one. Yes. And type no if it's a no vote. I don't want text to speech on for everything. I'm gonna have a little bit of control of what goes on. So yeah, I could do that, but all right. I think the votes are. Christine, you got to type yes. Okay. All right. I think we're going with it. Bishop to h4. Let me just turn the poll off. We don't want that blocking the way of the greatness, do we? All right. Oh, no, we didn't miss Queen G2. So, or at least I had a... Yeah, Queen G2, you would just win the queen. So that's all good. And then next we said pawn takes G4. No, I tend to agree. Bishop takes f2. And of course that's the move they play. Everyone saw that one coming, right? Everyone saw queen takes bishop. Oof. I'm gonna need a drink after that one. Thank you for the follow. All right, black to move. Okay, so there's two moves. One's right, one's wrong. Okay, so rook here, he comes across. Take. Rook here comes across. Again, we take. And it doesn't matter. They both seem fine. I don't see the difference between the two. I'm not going to move. I'm not going to move. I'm going to try and figure out the difference between the two. Or if there's a third move that I'm not seeing. They both look the same to me. Maybe there's a third move. Is knight d5 a problem? Oh, okay. Okay. That's something we need to look into. King f1. So if we go here and he goes king f1. So that's the move that... So this doesn't do anything. It's this move that we have to worry about. So the king here. Take, and then here. So if we go here, what's the difference? King here. There's the difference. Okay, so king e2. Sorry, rook e2. King comes across. We take. He takes, and then we go here, and we win the knight. Now if yeah. Alright, end game time. Here we go. Okay, well the first move must be h3. It must be. It has to be. It can't be anything else. Yeah. There we go, we're one move in. Now, h2. Okay, so h2, Oops. H2. He gets a check, a move somewhere, and then he gets to go back here. So, instead of H2, Benny, thank you for the hollow. Attack the knight, or move away, somewhere away from check, and then push. So I'm looking at king here. Somebody else is looking at teleporting the king to E2. Ah, knight E2. Alright, so I'm looking at king here. No, wait. The pawn is under attack as well. So we have to push. And then... yeah, so the pawn is under attack, so we've got to push the pawn again. It's going to go here, and then I think the king comes around and gets back here, and we'll clean up the pawn and the knight. This pawn over here is the asset. So H2, knight E2, king E5, yeah. I honestly expected knight to G3. So I didn't expect this move here. So then he has to go here. King F5 as well, works as well. And then go here. But wait, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I think E4. So up, over, and up. We're one square closer to the pawn. Here, over, and up. We're 2 squares away from the pawn. This pawn, he's got a long journey to get there. Up, has to go here, and then over here, and even if a pawn starts running now, we're still going to make it in time. But up, over here, here, push, take, check, here, push, take, push, here, queen, queen. Okay, king e4, and then captures anyway, and then push the pawn. Oh, that's a good point. Push. Take. And then, oh, but then they got the check, but that's not a fork. Push. Here. Here. Push. Here. 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 Push. Here. Doesn't look good. Okay, so push, go back, king comes down, here, king here. King comes down, take. It's looking better. Okay, E4 it is. Again with the unexpected move, but I think now it's simply just king here, because if he goes there, we go here, and now the pawn is too slow. So king f3. Knight goes here, has to stop the pawn. We take, and we take the knight next one. Yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean king takes f5? Take the f pawn. There's two f pawns. Alright, let's just double check this. We take, they go there, we go here, they go there, we go here, they go there, we go here, we go there. You get the queen, they get the queen. Oh. So, taking would be a mistake. Double check. Taking would be a mistake. Taking here. Yeah, king takes f4. And then just simply king back up. We're at 64, guys. New PB. New PB. Can we get a couple of likes for the PB? And yeah, I can do lead chess next time. I can do lead chess next time. Thank you for the likes. Guys, if you want to see me do the is it puzzle streak on lead chess, make sure you hit follow for the next stream. What I'm looking at right now is knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, queen here, king here forced, rook here, and then they go there, and I'm not sure how to follow up. Knight takes knight, queen check, and then rook check. Oh.
Link is gonna charge money to get extra queens one day.
Wouldn't surprise me. They implement a little payment. If you want a queen, it will cost you a certain amount, but if you want to downgrade to a rook, it'll be a little bit cheaper, and a bishop or a knight will be much cheaper. Yeah, so knight takes. Yeah, knight takes e4. I think knight takes e4 is the move. Like, I'm pretty confident that knight takes e4 is the move. I'm so confident. And I'm exploring ideas like this, but they kind of get met with the bishop defending. So the idea is checkmate. So here, take, push, check, come across. I'm not seeing anything great. Yeah, queen check is a forcing move. And then we've got that move here. And they have to take with the pawn, because if they take with the queen, then we do win. No, we don't. Also got bishop to g4. Okay. Queen here, king here. One of the rooks comes across, I don't know which one. Take, 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 check, push, take, take, check. But he doesn't have to... There's a little hole in my calculation there. So, check, up, across, over here. Take, 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 check. We've still got the bishop. The king's not going to go to e3, so check here, check. If the king goes to e3, then we just win a free rook. Bishop g4 straight away. Bishop g4, push, take, take, check, here, check. Oh, here we go. Here, take, 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 king takes, and then bishop takes, forking the king and the rook. Pow. Boom. There. Here. One of these. Here. Take, 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 take. Wait. Bishop g4, push. Take. Take. Here. Where are we going? Where are we going? No, I don't have this playlist public. exclusive. Bishop c4, and then bishop block with d3. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So up. So bishop c4 goes here. Push up. Goes here. Goes across. Goes back. And then take. And then take. So we don't have. Oh, almost moved a piece. Oh, bishop c4. Ugh. What's that? Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm kind of liking the g4. Oh, what is this? Up, across, and then the bishop blocks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like that one as much. But I'm really liking this one. Thank you for the follow. What do you reckon? Bishop g4? Yeah, I think bishop g4. I mean, I don't see anything they could do, even if they went down here. Let's just check, and then we take. So bishop g4, I think the only move is to block, and then you take, then they take, and then up. Okay. Let's go. Now this one's going to be white to move. Okay, the very first move that comes to mind is queen here. The next move that comes to mind is actually rook takes, queen takes, and then queen takes, and the queen is pinned. So that actually just looks good. Rook g7, yeah. So rook here takes, queen takes. Rook here takes, queen takes there. So rook here takes, queen takes. They've got this rook move here, and then the king has to move, and then the queen comes down and takes down here. So that move kind of spoils the fun. So I'm also looking at this move here. I'll be back in a moment. No engines, guys, no engines. All right. I guess I didn't consider the knight move. I don't see a knight move yet. Rook takes, bishop takes. Nothing there. Rook takes, bishop takes, knight here. I don't see anything there. I think the world record for puzzles is probably like something like 180 or something like that, something crazy. Rook h5. Thank you for the rose. Rook h5, bishop h5. Knight f4. Knight f4, yeah. Knight f4. Bishop e8. Knight e6. Queen takes knight. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. Back. Yeah, and then just queen takes and the rook is defending. Oh, but... Oh. Huh. Maybe. What a shame this rook is here. Because that was just so easy. Just take, there, and we move on. Take. It feels weird to give up this cannon. Okay. Rook takes rook, bishop takes rook, knight here, bishop retreats, take here, and then you don't take with the queen, you take with the knight. And if they take back, then we've got this move that we had in the beginning. Rook h5, bishop h5, knight f4, bishop e8, knight e6, queen e6, queen c7. What? Yeah, I mean, that's if they take it, but they won't take it. So what would happen would be take, knight here, bishop back, knight here, and they're not going to take. Instead, they'd probably move their king. Oh, but it's a fork as well. I think that's a move. Oh, thank you for the ice cube. Mr. Scones, the best line right now is rook takes rook, bishop takes rook, knight f4, bishop e8, knight takes e6, forking the pawn and the rook is what we got right now. All right, I think we're going with it. Okay. Nice. Ooh, endgame.
Just so everyone knows I am not a gram.
Alright, this one is black to move. If anyone knows the concept behind this specific endgame, please let me know. Endgames are incredibly tough. I'm just looking at rook to e2. Or maybe we're meant to keep the king locked away. Push here, here, here. Or is this the Philidor position? So here, 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 here. Let's say push, for example. Rook here, and then when they come down, king comes across. Rook goes here, king comes up. They go back. King comes here. They go back. And then we block. We build the bridge. But I think the bridge needs to be one row down. Here, 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 push, push, here, comes back, here. Is the fact that they've got the pawn here something that we can hide behind? So by going here, he has to move. If he gives a check, we go here. And even if he comes across here, the king can go in here. But first we've got to push that. So here, come across, here. If he goes back, here. Here, go across, here. If he comes here, push. I don't know if I like e4. So, rook e2, rook d7, e4, king here. And they've created a bit of a barrier. Then we push, and the rook comes back. We go here, the rook comes back. We go here, and the rook goes over. And then we go here, and then the rook comes back again. I'm starting to like d2 better. d2, and let's say he goes here. We got this move here. Okay, I don't like it so much. Is that it? Okay, so push pawn. Why don't they check? So push pawn, they check, king goes here. And then let's say they go up here, we go here, preparing. So they go across, we go here, and hide behind the pawn. So I think push and here is winning. Okay, so d2 response is f5, and then here. And then they go here, and then you go here. Attacking the pawn, and the other pawn is defended. So then they go here, then you go back, and they go back up here, and then you take the pawn, you win again. So I think d2 is a move. I think d2 is the move. I think keeping the rook on this file. King takes e7. What? So rook d7, I think we... Is the pole working? I think my, yeah, the pole's working now. I think I might have accidentally like hit a button to freeze it for a moment. Is that actually winning? So d2 f5, rook e2, d1 equals queen. Is it actually winning? I want to say yes. All right. I honestly have no idea. I think I'm just going to have to go with d2. Now, next I said was rook to e2. And I think that's winning. Oh, okay, so rook to e2, king here. And if he goes there, we just push here. But if he goes here, we actually go here. And then we come across. So I think it is king d5. Rook g1. It's nice and simple. I don't think that's winning because the rook has to come across. As soon as the rook comes across, the king comes down. I'm leaning towards this. Rook G1. Push. Queen. Check. King goes here. Take. Take. Push. Rook goes back. Here. Check. Here. Take. Draw. King G1, check. Up. Push. Queen. Take. Take. King goes here. Rook comes back. King comes across. King comes down. Subs on. King comes over. Rook G1, D7. King E6. Yep. F6. Yep. Rook G6. What? Here. 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 Take. Take. King comes over. Down. I don't know. Oh, Nathaniel, that's gold. Welcome back.
Oh lol, you pushed the pawn already and it was correct. Had the feed paused.
Things like that always happen. King D5. Pawn push. Seems very unclear. King D5, pawn push, King D6. Good point. King D5, attack the rook. Yeah, King D5, attack the rook. Rook goes here, only move. King comes across here. The rook takes, check. King's now blocking it, so the king has to move as a draw. Yeah, the king is going to get to the rook if we do that. So it's either rook to g1 or rook to e2. Okay. King d5 is rook e8. King d6. Rook d8. Yeah, it doesn't look right. You don't want the rook behind this one. So I'm going with one of these two. I think I want rook e2. Rook e2 takes, queen, somehow win. Rook e2 here, come across. If here, push him back. If here, check and block. Rook e2, push. Queen. There. Rook e2, push.
If you had all the spare time in the world, would you spend more time on chess, or are you happy with how many hours you put in?
I would definitely spend more hours on it. I think one of the things that has held me back over the last couple of years is I simply have not had enough time for it. And I think, yeah, definitely would like to put more in. This is not going to be a draw. No way. This is going to be a win. This is going to be a win for black. If it was a draw, it would be very easy. But no, there's definitely a win here. I just can't find it.
I feel the same. Talent obviously is a huge factor, but I feel in chess it comes down to putting the hours in. Calculation training and analyzing games seems to be the bread and butter of it all.
100%, 100%. There's a lot of talent out there, but I've met a lot of talent and they put in a lot of hours. You know, they're at events, they're playing in high level tournaments. Talent will get you so far, but if you don't have the time to expand on that talent, well, and that's the thing, I think everyone can get to a certain level, but they all lack the time. Why are we looking at rook g4? Have I missed something here? Oh. Oh. What is that? Rook g4. That's a promotion. Rook g4 here. Here. Bam. Rook g4 here. Rook g4 here. King here. They come across. You can block. Rook g4 here, up. Now they got to stop the pawn. And then you block. Rook g4 down over here. Did we get it? g4 up here. How do they stop the pawn? They go here. You promote. Who said rook g4? Mr. Scones. I like it. Okay. The only thing I didn't like about your suggestion, I think you said rook g4 and then d3. I think that's the only thing I don't like about it. d3, they can take, and you can't promote because then they would take, and then the pawn would push. So, sideways. Threatening to promote, and if they check, then you go diagonal. But then they come back. Oh wait. Diagonal. And if they come back, they come across. I don't see how it's not. Rook g4. All right. I'm going to go with rook to g4. Rook g4. Queen with a check. Rook g4, move up. I'm going to go over here, threatening to promote. Check. Goes down. I'm still going to go up here. Again, threatening to promote. Why not rook e2? Why not rook e2? Rook e2, pawn push. If we take, queen as a draw. Rook e2. I don't know, I really like this move. Yeah, I'm gonna go rook g4. Oh, let's go. And now we know that for the future. Sorry, Christine. Black to move. Well, it's got to be queen takes queen. It's got to be queen takes queen. Can't be anything other, because Does that just trap the knight? So kick the knight out. If he goes here, we go here, and then he goes here, and then we go here. It doesn't trap him. Morning, M. Welcome. Okay. King here. The knight can't go to any of these squares, so he has to go backwards. And then push. So assume that he goes to this square. And if he goes up here, we take. So push. How does the knight get back to help this pawn? It's free to block the king. King goes down here. Knight stays here. And then if we try to push, either we're going to push and then the knight will take and then the king will come up. I can't draw. Or if we push, the king comes up. So I really feel like it's king here telling the knight to go away. Knight goes somewhere. Push. Merlin, thank you for the follow. King at 3 is better than G3. That's debatable. They get a check. And then they get a fork. I'm liking King G3. I did consider playing F3. I don't think it's right. F3 just doesn't look right. check. He goes back, and then go here, stopping him from coming to these squares. King goes here, push a pawn, and if king tries to get in, we go up. That stops him from getting in. So I think that looks good too. Now if here, and then knight goes here, for example, push. Goes here. I'm gonna knight f6, not e5. So here, knight f6, and then king here. Takes away the square. He goes here. You push. He goes here. Push. King's holding that square. King's holding that square, and the pawn runs through. I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with it. Okay, that's not a move I wasn't expecting that move, but I think it's still good. If we push, how does he get in? Would that be a move I played in 10-minute rapid? Probably, but I may not have found this idea here. Why can't I just get a queen? Why can't I just take a queen? Because I lose it. Because I lose it. Of course I lose. I'm so tired. Queen. Check. Of course. Okay. King here. Comes across. King here. Goes somewhere here. Pawn push. A2. Come across. Straight down. Yeah, A2 works.
A 2 maybe. A 2.
A6. That's alright.
Or down.
Guys, it was a good run. 68, new record. let's have a quick look. Thank you for the follow. Let's have a quick look at that last one. So we went A2. We can't promote. I was looking at this one. I was wrong. Wrong again. A2 is wrong. I said, why can't we just promote? That's wrong. So it must be here, of course. Everyone saw this move over this one. I don't know, to me they look exactly alike. I don't see too much of a difference between them. Now we go here, and then we go here. What were the other ones we got wrong? I think this is the move we did. And I honestly have no idea for this one. Cool. And the final one, what do we get? And this one I needed to keep opposition. So G4, I needed to keep distant opposition. Boom. Cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. Make sure you hit follow because I will be streaming several times each week, a little bit earlier than the time that we're at right now. And make sure you check out my YouTube channel. You can either find it through going through my website here on screen, or you can just type Wiggy on YouTube. I do tutorials and reviews on this channel. So make sure you check it out. And I do have a lot of interesting plans coming up for the next month or two. So make sure you're subscribed so that you see those. And other than that, thank you all for joining in. And I will not be back tomorrow. I'm going to take a day off. But then the following day, I'll be back. So, see you all next time.
Have a good night, Wigga.